We'll go ahead and get started. We'll call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for August 16th, 2022 to order. Today we're privileged to have Reverend Monsignor Robert Morris of the St. Catherine of Siena Catholic Church in Clearwater for our invocation. Following that, the pledge will be led by Commissioner Eggers. And as we rise for that, if we could remember the family of young McKenna Brown, an Eastlake High School student who lost her life, and keep her family in our thoughts and prayers.
Let us pray. Lord, we acknowledge your presence and seek your counsel as we gather here this afternoon. Send your Spirit upon our county commissioners and the residents they serve. Support us in the direction we must go and how we are to pursue it. Our community faces many challenges and opportunities. Do not let ignorance or partiality influence our actions. Rather, guide our efforts to serve the common good of our citizens and recognize the needs of those seeking affordable housing, shelter, and health care. Direct us in the challenges that we face regarding our safety and well-being, to address abuses in the family and in our community, to end gun violence, and to provide care for the environment in which we live. May we extend heartfelt gratitude and support for all of our elected officials, first responders, healthcare professionals, educators, and all who serve to build up our community in Pinellas County. Assist us in being true to the responsibilities we hold and do what is right. All this we ask of you, who are at work in every place and time. Strengthen us with your grace and wisdom, for you are God forever and ever. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Morris. We appreciate you being here today. Now on to citizens to be heard. If you'll come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. First off is Tony Ringlespaw. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Ringlespaw. I am the board president of the Property Owners Association for Fox Chase and Palm Harbor. We came to a variance, and I don't think we're at the right time today to speak. I don't think it's on your all's agenda, but we're trying to get answers on when it will be on the agenda so we have the right to come speak. And that is variance VAR 22-12. It was a variance that was done last month about some residential being done on commercial out in front of Fox Chase. They're putting a car wash there now, and we have 836 residents that are against it. We have petitions going around right now being signed, and we would like to be heard. I've sent emails out to everybody up on this board and have not got an answer yet, but from Kim. She's the only one that's emailed me back. And I believe, Dave, you're our commissioner for that area.
She works in my office.
Yes. So we would like to be heard. We've been trying to find out when we can be heard and how we move forward about this.
Yeah, I don't have a date. I'm not familiar with
I have
when
to look
that.
up the variance. I have to
Well,
have staff
we
look
were
it up.
told it was going to come before you all, that you all had the final vote.
Well, I'll ask Tom to get with you, and then he can email you once he looks up the variance and where it's at.
But you said there was a decision made last month?
Your variance committee made the decision to do it.
Oh, so you're talking about the Board of Appeals
Board of
or
Adjustment?
Board of Adjustment?
So the Board of Adjustment made
Well,
that.
Mr. Cox and the other people that were up on the board.
Who's that?
What they did is they approved, from my understanding of it, my name is William Jensen. I'm also a director of the Fox Chase condominium properties, and I also represent my building and the 16 residents that live in my building. We were here July 6th for a variance change because they were supposed to build what they call a co-op, where it's businesses on the bottom and residential on the top. Apparently, according to the development people, they weren't happy with that because of the amount of empty commercial businesses in the area, and they weren't going to make any money on it. So they wanted a change of variance to turn it into residential only. And I don't want to use the wrong term here, but the board that was here originally on July 6th, they all yayed for the variance change, and then politely told us that the zoning is, the change of the zoning or whatever it is falls onto you ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
And then yesterday, we were rudely notified at 1600 hours, that's 4 p.m., that we had to be here today
At 2 to be
at
heard.
2 p.m. to be heard. So I don't know if I'm out of
Because
line.
I think you
or
have a
anything.
meeting tonight at 6 as
And
well.
we're almost up anyway. Tuesday.
Well, I'm not getting anybody that acts like they know what's going on here, so.
Well,
we don't-
Usually when you go to a Board of Adjustment, that's the final, and any appeal goes to the circuit court or the.
We were told it went before the county
Okay,
commissioners, so
So
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Normally, the Board of Adjustment does that, so I'm not.
Yeah, why don't we let Tom get with you so we, at least we all know we're good on the same page.
Yeah.
And Tom will make sure that you know when it's, where it is in the process, when we're going to hear it. And if it does come back to us, you will absolutely have the opportunity to be heard on it.
Okay. And if it doesn't come back to you, where are we at? We're out the window, right?
I don't know. It depends on which
Okay.
board heard it. If it's
Well,
the
I've
Board of-
emailed every one of you, and I have yet to get a
That's
response, and I would
because
like to.
nobody knows what.
Yeah, so,
Do
I
not
mean, if we
remember seeing
can
anything.
you get with us as well, since you're
Sure,
our
absolutely.
rep for that area?
Yeah, all you have to do is ask him, set
Okay.
up appointment, I'll meet with you.
Mr. Almonte is going to connect with you on your way out this morning.
And then ask Tom, can he let us know? So-
And then Tom will follow up with us to let us know where
Thank
where
you.
it's at.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. We appreciate it. Greg Pound?
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I got Trump's hat on today. Let's make America great again. See the shirt? It says, "Get America born again." Christ said, "Except people be born again, they cannot enter the kingdom of God." And it's talking about being born of the Spirit. And a verse in John 6:63, it said, "It is the Spirit that quickeneth; the flesh profits nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life." And so this is called the living word. It's alive and powerful. You know, I think about our county. I still haven't seen the problems straightened out, especially with the child molestators that we have in our government, those people running our government. And the problem with DCF, Planned Parenthood, and the things they've done to people and families and children. Do you know, it's amazing how at least I've been talking about it for years now, about putting children on Ritalin, and what the Ritalin's done to the children. A whole generation of men, male children that you put on Ritalin. They didn't put the girls on Ritalin. They put the boys on it, okay? And so now we have a major drug problem, an epidemic of people dying on drugs. They can't control themselves. And that's what it is. If you don't learn to get yourself under control, you're out of control. And that's what we have. You know, you guys think you're in control, but you're not. You're out of control. You're not in control. In this evidence, that's why we're here to vote. So we got to get everybody that's in office out of office. We got to keep changing this thing up. Now, as I said before, you guys have been in the circuit again and again and again and again. You've been here. You guys been grandfathered into the politics of Pinellas County. I mean, when Terry Schiavo was here, you guys were all in on it. This whole thing of all the child molesters. Listen, when they get paid federal grant money for taking children away from parents and then putting them with child molesters, like you did in the state of Florida, they're called federal cooperative agreement grants that I've spent a lot of time getting them out of Tallahassee. So I could show people this is what they're doing. They're getting money from the federal government to take children from their parents, and then they stick them wherever. And most of the time they were with child molesters, pedophiles, like Pinellas County is just filled with them. Political leaders that are child molesters. And they don't go to jail. They haven't been arrested. They're all being protected. Bernie McCabe his history is well known. You can go look it up, and I've been talking about it while I was alive, and I'll talk about it when he's dead. And he's going to pay for what he's done to little children and families. So you made your biggest dollar in destroying the families in America, and you guys haven't done, and it hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. You guys are putting your money, your job, your power before people, and before our country, before our families. And so it's not only make America great again, we need to get America born again, getting them back into the Word. This Word is the living Word, and they need to live by it. It's something you live by. It's not something you just read. It's something you do. And so you guys think, listen, you're not going to win. It ain't going to happen. The Creator is like, I mean, you know, he reigns. It means he rules. And so, you know, he holds everyone accountable for what they're doing. You guys aren't getting away with what you're doing here in Pinellas County.
Your time is up. Mac Johnson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Again, I get this privilege to come and say hello and try to be a kind of encouragement because I like to be encouraged myself. And it's like the last time I was here, I was kind of sharing about, you know, making sure when I say something, it's true and it's on point as I can get it because it could very well be my last points. The last thing I say. So this will be my last time talking to you guys. And if you think about what we talked about, I want it to be something good and something kind of a blessing and hopefully something that can do some good because it's almost like we're made against each other. Rather than to build each other up and to help each other out, it's like in a lot of ways we work the opposite way. But I was kind of thinking about something that's good for everybody today, and that is, well, prayer, first of all, prayer meeting. You know what? I know God's word, but now I come to work for the county, and I want to do a good job. And so I'm going to keep God ahead of what I do, because see, I know in him I'm going to do a good work, a good job. Now, there's a verse of scripture that talks about loving your life. I know when I first heard this verse in the Bible, I thought, what that verse means? If a man love his life, he gonna lose it. But if you give your life for my sake, you'll find life. What are you saying, God? But as I have studied, I have found what God is saying is, learn who I am. Allow me to work in your life, and then you're gonna have real life. So I know when I worked for the county years ago, I learned that to be my attitude. And my attitude toward my work was, hey, I want to do the best I could. And I trust the Lord to work through me. I was kind of reminded of a story that Billy Graham told a while back. And he told a story about this police sergeant that came to him and asked him, what's the secret of living a good Christian life? And wow, he said he thought about that. And he thought about his own life. You know, and most people think preachers are perfect, but preachers are just people like all of us because God called preachers out of all of us. And so therefore, he said right away, he can only think of one good word, and that word is surrender. So when we come to God, what he was saying is we are called to surrender our lives to him and trust him to make us that great people that we're supposed to be.
Thank you, Reverend. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. God bless.
David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. I'm here in protest of the construction of the roundabout on alternate 19 in Palm Harbor. During the town hall meeting last year, the residents overwhelmingly rejected the proposed roundabout development. The fire chief in Palm Harbor also expressed his disapproval of the roundabout, citing that the roundabout serves as a roadway impediment in that it obstructs emergency vehicles from achieving their intended purpose. To my understanding, alternate US Highway 19 is the only designated highway in Florida to have such a roundabout. The roundabout on alternate US Highway 19 is not a warranted form of infrastructure, as 90 to 95% of the vehicles travel in a north to south direction. Only 5% of the traffic enters the road at right angles, and the location utilizes a standard stop sign as protocol. The roundabout does not serve to decongest our roadways. Such impediment is counterproductive in alleviating traffic congestion. For example, in comparing with other congested intersections, Times Square in New York City does not employ a roundabout. So in comparing big apples with oranges, why should alternate 19 in Palm Harbor be forced against our will to bear such an imposition that ultimately is a misappropriated cost for the residents to bear? The county has appropriated $2.6 million to construct this roundabout that is deliberately intended to impede the efficiency of vehicle travel. In order to alleviate traffic congestion in an effective manner, overpasses on US 19 should have been installed clear through Weeki Wachee 25 years ago. Neglecting on not constructing efficient roadways is unacceptable moving forward. Ultimately, I think there is more to this roundabout issue than what legislation is currently disclosing to the public and choosing to elect such road impediment. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, we're going to go to that's all the citizens I had to be heard. We're going to go to the consent agenda. We're going to pull item number 11. Are there other items to be pulled?
Move approval, Mr. Chair. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Gerard for the remaining items. We'll do a voice vote on this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 11, Mr. Administrator, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Item number 11, I misspoke last Thursday at the work session. This item actually is a result of different departments employing search firms to assist them in targeted type positions, a lot of times in IT and engineers and things like that. And so they worked with HR, and HR developed a bid to be able to take a competitive process to select firms that then they could use to when they have hard-to-fill positions. And that is the contracts that are before you today.
Questions? So this is for search firms for positions.
That's correct. We have a separate firm, we have a separate contract that's going to come, that's temporary services.
Okay.
And that's
That's
gonna-
where we got confused the other day.
That is where we got confused. I thought that's what it was. That's coming to you, I guess, in October.
Do we know what we typically spend with these different departments on consultants for search firms on a typical year?
Well, we don't, because it's new that we would use a search firm, and it was embedded within different departments using different ones. So between Thursday and today, we really didn't have a chance to do that. But it's on they get paid per search, so it's not, and they do it from within their budget. But it's for hard-to-fill positions.
And so that, not to belabor, but the money that we're talking about will come out of those individual department budgets?
That's correct, and if they don't use it, it won't be spent.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously 5-0. And I forgot to mention at the beginning that Commissioner Seal and Peters are both absent today. Regular agenda, item 13, Mr. Administrator.
Item 13 is fiscal year 2023 elite event funding recommendation from the Tourism Development Council. As you can see, you have 30 funding recommendations for you, a total of a little over $1.3 million. Steve Hayes is here, be able to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner Flowers.
I don't know if you guys want a presentation, but I know when we discussed this at the workshop, I had concerns that the MLK Dream Big organization did not score well for funding. I looked at some of their scoring values, and I was surprised to see the low scores for marketing, because they do marketing. They start marketing really after the parade is over for the following year, and I saw what they scored really low there, as well as scoring low on bed nights. It is an unusual funding source because they do use the dollars to help pay for the services for the bed nights for those bands that are coming in from out of town. COVID, like many other events, we took a big hit with COVID, but they adjusted and had some smaller events in 2020, but certainly had the parade last year. People were still skeptical about, well, this year, in January, I'm sorry. People were skeptical about coming out, but it was a pretty good attendance, and they're back on their way. So I'm going to ask if we can find a way to fund this event, because it is a huge event, and it has been noted as the largest MLK celebration. And we've had that all the way back to when Savelle Brown was over it, and I know issues happened there, and we got all of that straightened out. But it is a well-loved and I think well-thought-of event. And it's not just the parade, but it's a number of events that they spread out where they're giving recognition not only to the African Americans who have paved the way, and not just to ML King, but for this community and nationwide. So I'm happy to hear a presentation, but I am asking that we look in this budget and find a way to fund them.
So this is a recommendation to you, so you can certainly choose to waive those and include it. That is one of the options. But let Steve give a presentation on how this come about and some of the choices for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Steve Hayes with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. If I might, I just want to go into a little bit of elite events. There's some of you have served on the TDC and I think are well aware of the process that we go through. It's an opportunity for us as a county to go through and fund events in Pinellas County that will, one, increase visitation, especially our overnight guests, generate economic impact, that spending in our community, jobs in our community, and really provide an ROI based on the dollars that are back. The applications process that we go through, one of the changes that was made this year is the TDC had made the recommendation of going through and having the staff come back with recommendations to do a presentation to the full TDC, which was done this year. The applications are reviewed by us as well as our marketing partners. So in this case, Destination Analyst, which does our research, looked at some parts of it, and then BVK, our ad agency, looked at the marketing side of it in addition to our staff. Under the research and the measurables, we looked at the number of new visitors, we looked at the lodging nights, in other words, how many people are staying overnight in paid lodging, looking at direct spend. Under marketing, we looked at ROI of the marketing itself, the cost to get an attendee, also looking at the marketing value of what was being presented, but also the sponsorship value of what's being presented. After the review, we took that and made a recommendation to the Tourist Development Council members. From there, they reviewed everything, and then at that point had questions on a variety of the different events, including the MLK weekend. And from there, they then voted to send the recommendation forward to this body, to the BCC, and under that, for approval, or if there's a suggestion of a waiver for something specific. On the MLK parade, and Commissioner Flowers, I thank you for the comments you made on some of the things that they're going through and doing. In terms of the scoring itself, one of the areas when it came down to marketing was one area was sponsorship. So we look at two things. We look at both not only the marketing value that's going to be there, but also what the sponsorship value is. So if the ask was $75,000, between the two of those things, there's value of at least $75,000 that's there. And this year in the application, I don't know what happened, there wasn't a sponsorship package provided. We got that after the fact when we had a meeting with the folks from the MLK Day Parade. And then on the marketing, it was very generic to where, and so one of the things we'd asked the agency to do after the fact was even just looking at the marketing itself, try to get to a value. And again, because other ones were a little more specific in what they were providing. So what the TDC had also recommended was for us to get together with the MLK Day Parade, which we have done. We met with them on July 11th. That was meeting one. We have a second meeting being scheduled, and part of that is us as a group, and when I say us, staff would then visit St. Pete, Clearwater, meeting with them and going through and saying, what can we do in going through to support this event in a variety of different ways. Essentially, that first meeting was kind of just to kick that off, and now our subsequent meetings will actually get us going in that direction. In that meeting, so in that meeting, as a follow-up, we also wanted to look at maybe the event itself and grow at how can we potentially grow it so it more than just the day or 2 days, but really like a true four-day weekend, and what are some of the things, how we can help with that aspect as well. Again, I think as you mentioned, it is an important event to our community. I certainly believe that, and that's why I'm coming out of this and saying this is what we want to do going forward. And the other part of it is sitting with them as well, is even going to next year, how can we avoid this by being proactive on the front end from a marketing and or sponsorship or things along that line.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, well, I know one of the reasons is unfortunately Toriano has had some health issues that prevent him from being the person to respond to you immediately. And you know what those are. I'm not going to share those publicly. So he was depending on other people to kind of get the package in for him. I'm not sure why they couldn't provide you all of the information related to the event. It is a week-long event. It's not just a couple of days. There's gospel concerts. There's the Battle of the Bands. There's the picnic party, if you will, when all the bands come in just to try to get the community to get to meet them, and also for the students in our community to see those other schools, especially the colleges. So it's a whole week long of activities, and then the parade culminates the week of the activities prior. As far as marketing, they're everywhere, and so I can't answer other than I do know that Mr. Toriano himself had some issues that he's still grappling with, and will have to eventually look for someone else to serve in the role that he served in because of his medical concerns. But I really am adamant about us funding this event. And I have also spoken with them and said, we've got to look for another person that can do that so that the application is the way that it needs to be. Even if staff, because I know that's what the difference was, staff reviewed rather than the group that normally does. But even at that, I have shared with them the importance of making sure that they're meeting the expectations within the columns for this event. But I do appreciate all that you've done and said, and I know you've been in communications and talks with them. I've, been in with them as well. As far as sponsorships and partners, even the sheriff's office comes in and sponsors at $25,000. So I really would like to see them funded in this round.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Long.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, what did we fund them last time they did it? They canceled last year.
The last year's event, I think last year it was 75. The year before that,
It was canceled.
It was canceled. So there
And
was
what
no
are they asking for this time?
75.
So when the applications were received, they went through the staff review. The staff recommended what you see before you, went to the TDC. The TDC talked about this particular event and could have at that point made a recommendation to waive the requirements or make an exception. But at that time, we talked with with staff, and the commitment was there to work with the organization to see if we could find another avenue of funding. So we're sitting here today with basically the same options the TDC had, where we can certainly, and I'm not going to do the terminology, make an exception or waive our specific requirements in order to fund out of this fund their request, or if staff can give us some assurances that they can find similar level of funding from another avenue, we can do it that way. It's really the pleasure of the board. Is that, I got it right? All right.
Correct.
Commissioner Long?
And I agree with everything you just said, except I think we have to be careful about using the words making an exception, because then you just open the door for everyone else to do the same thing. And so it seems to me it'd be a better idea to attack this on the front end. I mean, going forward, I realize we can't really do anything about what happened this year, but there are those specific groups or organizations who have been embedded in our community that have helped develop the culture of our community for decades. So it seems to me it's just not very wise to arbitrarily all of a sudden decide we're not going to do that now.
Well, I don't think it was arbitrary. It was the staff review of the application, and
Well, I'm just saying, somebody needs to do a little more education at the staff then, if that's where it started.
further questions or comments? Commissioner Eggers?
How many applications that were submitted this year, submitted last year also, and how many were turned down this year?
Last year, we funded 18 events at right at $1 million. This year, the recommendation was 30 events at almost 1.4 million.
But this was the only organization that had been approved the year before and wasn't approved this year? Or was there other ones that weren't? The reason I'm asking is because they went through a process the year before that allowed everybody to, I guess, I don't know if staff, that we changed the method this year. Staff had more involvement, I guess. But we did approve it last year under, I would imagine that the event's only gotten bigger and better. So it would seem, as far as providing an approval this year, there's grounds on which to grant it, because it had already been approved the year before. Now, granted, this application was a little bit short, maybe, but certainly everything we used to evaluate the year before was approved. I can't imagine that it would only, if done properly, if done, it would have passed muster as well. Just, was there another one like that you can think of?
No, the other two that were not approved had not applied for
Had not
funds.
previously done it, so they were under the new approval system for the first time, and they hadn't been a part of the other approval system. So this was the only one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, comments, motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve funding in the amount of $75,000 for the Dr. MLK Dream Big Parade.
Second.
Is that with the rest of the recommendations?
Yes,
In this
sir.
agenda item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Long. Further questions or discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Commissioner Long?
I hit it. I hit yes. I did.
Okay.
I saw
It just came up.
I saw.
It just came up. It passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the hard work that you guys do. I don't want you to think that I'm negating that at all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Item 14, Mr. Administrator.
This is a memorandum of understanding with the Pinellas County School Board for shelter retrofit. This is for Clearwater High School. You asked a couple of questions on Thursday, and because of the new wing, the new area doesn't have to be retrofitted. That was included in. However, there's some areas where we do shelter over in the lunchroom. We'll have some minor modifications. But we have several of these where it's a challenge to everybody to get on the same page regarding their construction.
Sure. No, I appreciate the follow-up information we received.
Yes.
Questions or motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 15.
This is an annual agreement with Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for the law enforcement services for their environmental lands deputies.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Eggers. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 16.
It's a bridge investment grant program application with the Federal Highway Administration. This is for design fees for the replacement of the Deneen Causeway Bridge.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Eggers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 17.
Same thing, bridge investment program grant application. This is for Beckett Bridge.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Eggers, second from Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 18.
It's an amendment to a cooperative agreement with Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services at the Florida Forestry Service and the county for fire protection services for forest and wetland areas within Pinellas County. As you can see in your write-up, they've modified the acreage to account for areas that have been developed, and so the cost is a little over $2,000.
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 19.
It's a wastewater grant program application with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And this is for the septic to sewer program. This would request $10 million that would require a county match of $10 million, which we've designated as part of the ARPA funding.
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Flowers and Long. Further discussion?
Please.
Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Item 20, County Attorney.
Under item number 20, let me preface my comments by saying I'm not going to ask you to take action on this item today. But we did talk about this just a little bit last week, so I just wanted to fill in a little bit more details for you. Like I mentioned, this is a commercial property. There is an existing bar in operation there. Many of the original issues out there have been resolved. Those were some of the more minor ones, such as that really relate to the condition of the property. What the property owner is now working on are some actions that are going to take a little bit more time. There's a site plan that needs to be modified and a variance that has expired. And so they need to go back through that variance process in order to be able to address the site plan issues. So there's going to be a little bit of time involved here. I will say, code enforcement's action in going back to the special magistrate to request authority to foreclose is what started the property owner in moving forward again. So those steps, I will say, did produce positive results as far as getting this case moving forward again. Given that, I'm not going to ask that you all take action to approve the foreclosure today, but I will say, and I've spoken quite a bit with Tom about this, code enforcement will be monitoring the activities going on with the property as far as coming into compliance. And if we see a cessation of those efforts, we will come back to you and ask for authority to move forward with an injunction, not with a foreclosure. So that's probably more than you needed to hear as far as an item being removed, but I did want to give you a bit of an update on some additional information I didn't have last week.
Nope, that's great information. Thank you very much. Questions? All right. Any reports?
No, sir?
Item 22, County Administrator reports.
No report.
All right. County Commissioners, new business, other information to share.
Just real quick.
Commissioner Eggers.
Just one thing real fast. At Tampa Bay Water yesterday, everybody put your seatbelts on, the fun conversation about water. Anyway, the board approved the next water supply source, a new 10 million gallon per day source. It'll be an expansion of the existing surface water plant, which is what we had originally, I guess, 50 or so choices some 10 years ago, and it came down to a couple, well, actually 3 choices, and that was the one that was the most cost effective and also got us a little bit further away from as much dependence on our groundwater. So, and at the very same meeting, we started the process for the next water supply source, which will be chosen in about 8 to 10 years. So it's a long lead time item, but this one will be coming online in 2028, just in time for anticipated needs. So that's what we had at Tampa Bay Water yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Eggers, I like water. I like hearing about
Yeah.
it. So just,
It's really important when we don't have it.
Yeah, so I like hearing your reports. Well, mine is not as healthy. Unfortunately, we have someone who has filed a whistleblower complaint against the current interim executive director for CareerSource. And I'm not aware of, there are certain guidelines, so the current chair is looking into that. I received my notification from the attorney, which is how we should receive such notifications. And so whatever shakes out of that, I will bring that back to you and let you know. But I just didn't want the story maybe to get out in the paper or something of that nature, and I not say anything to you guys.
Thank
I
you.
do not know the history behind the concern at this point, but just know that we were apprised that there was a whistleblower complaint. It looks like it is from someone who filed a complaint previously under the former executive director that was there.
Is it the same complaint?
No, it's somewhat different.
Oh.
So, that is all I have to say,
Okay.
unfortunately.
That was a mouthful.
I know. I didn't want to, that's why I wore my tie.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Long.
Yes, well, I have a happy note to share, or at least I'm happy about it. You may remember that at our workshop, I think it was, I brought up the fact that PSTA was in the process of being notified that they were going to receive an additional $20 million from the federal government for our downtown Clearwater Transit Center. And then you probably all know that following right behind that great news, there was a little hiccup in the St. Pete Times about the kerfluffle between the city manager and not thinking it was such a great idea. Long story short, that whole issue was put to rest yesterday morning at the city council workshop. They have agreed to move forward to accept the $20 million. But they did put a little caveat in there at the very end. Because it's taken so long to get this done, as you can imagine, the cost has gone up a little bit. And they want to be assured that the PSTA has done everything that they can do to fill the gap to ensure that we can actually build the transit center. And of all the partners that have come to the table to help lift this project up and bring it to fulfillment, I think it's very important to remember that we have invested millions of dollars into refurbishing our antiquated bus system with brand-new electric buses that cannot come into the transit center here in downtown Clearwater, because they cannot, it's too shabby and the roof is too low, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short, I am going to ask that this commission step up and be a funding partner as well to help bring this money home on behalf of our residents. The other thing I want to put on your radar that you may or may not know is that the federal government is poised to appropriate millions of dollars to Brightline to bring the Brightline train from downtown Orlando into downtown Tampa. And in so doing, remember that all those passengers, a lot of them are coming all the way from South Florida up here and disembarking in downtown Tampa. So at our Regional Planning Council meeting a week ago, it was brought up that there aren't enough buses, Lyfts, and Ubers to bring people over here to Pinellas County. And we've got to begin to think of, as the Howard Franklin Bridge is expanded with the new northbound lane, how are we going to handle this additional amount of people coming into our county? So I just ask you to please consider that and join me to support PSTA and all of the good work they've been doing. Thank you very much. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gerard.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. I would support us negotiating with PSTA.
I'm meeting with them next week.
I know. Okay, I have a question, though. I have a constituent that wanted to know about, who lives on the water near Bay Pines, and wanted to know about anchoring, boats anchoring and people living on the boats. Is that allowed?
No, I thought we had taken care of that some time ago.
No.
I know the sheriff had gone out.
Yeah, abandoned boats is one
Abandoned
thing,
boats is
but
different.
So
they're
there's
actually anchoring and living on the
Liveaboards,
boat.
it's called liveaboards, and if you have a sail on it by state law, you can live on it. And there's nothing that we can do about that. We actually formed a committee. I've had discussions about this at length with the sheriff. We also agreed that we would recast our committee. We had a committee that Brian Loack participated in that included, for instance, Madeira Beach, St. Pete, and some others, because we have some of these coves. And that's more probably of a health, and safety standpoint. And so we've agreed to regroup and discuss some of the ideas and options, but there's some specific legal things that we can do. Now, you can do mooring fields. When you do a mooring field, now you got to have an anchor point. You also have to have restroom facilities, and you're talking about millions of dollars in investment.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
So let me clarify. If it has a sail, you can live on it?
I'm not going to sit here and try to give you the legal analysis, but there's very specific things, and it's very hard to enforce in terms of whether or not somebody can be out there on a boat or not.
Jewel, who's our maritime law expert.
I will say it's been a tremendous number of years since I've looked at that, but Barry's given a pretty good synopsis from my recollection of the law, and that this is an area that we're completely preempted by the state. But he hit on the one important thing. If you wish to establish a mooring field, and he, I think, properly described the challenges that go along with that, then you can get control over some of these areas, because you would kind of, in effect, be replacing the haphazard placement of boats with your mooring field. So, but absent undertaking that mooring field, and this is recollection of research done a long time ago, and we'll certainly get, legal to support this committee going forward, but this is an area that's preempted by state, because these are generally considered, navigable waters over which we don't have control.
So, but if they don't have any visible means of dealing with their waste, and there's some suspicion that they're just...
It goes overboard.
Well,
that's what
then you have to establish that you a registration process. Then you have to establish where they're going to go. Somebody to sign off that they dump it. And then who's going to
Unless we
enforce
have that process, it doesn't matter.
It becomes
They do out
it
there.
becomes an administrative nightmare of
Yeah,
which the sheriff thinks it's
hear
almost
that.
impossible to enforce. It doesn't mean that we can't do things, but I guess what I would ask is that we let the committee get back together, talk about these ideas, and I'll report back to you the outcome of those discussions.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Long?
Yes, well, I would just like to suggest that, Barry, hopefully you could ask Brian Loack if on that committee, the owner of the marina down there is sitting on that committee. It strikes me that that might be a great opportunity to utilize some of the services of the marina should there be a desire to create a mooring field. And I don't know enough about that, but so that was my number one thing that I wanted to say. The other thing was, is there any potential opportunity to pull the Coast Guard in to monitor that situation a little more closely?
The Coast Guard would not monitor local ordinances and things like that.
But this is a state issue, I heard Jules say.
The Coast Guards are federal. The Coast Guards would not be involved in this. They wouldn't. And so we have to look at it. There is no desire to create a mooring field. I mean, unless we're going to pull a road project off to be able to create a mooring field out of the penny. I mean, we've got too many other capital projects. There are several marinas that are impacted by this.
Right.
You've got marinas down in St. Pete. You've got marinas up in Madeira Beach. So there's a number of places where, and we even have issues up here locally, here in Clearwater and others, and I'm sure those are not the only ones. So So it's a larger issue. That's the reason I was trying to get everybody involved, including the Sheriff's Marine Patrol, which, deals with this on a regular basis.
And I would assume that they have someone from the city of Gulfport, they actually have a mooring field, correct? Is it still active?
There are several around. I don't know where they all
We
are.
gave them a significant amount of money from the BP money for the mooring field in Gulfport.
I've
And
seen a few boats.
so,
Down
Yeah, well, we had a friend there was a buddy has a business in Clearwater that has boats anchored out there and uses them as an Airbnb. It's not a joke. I've known people that have done it.
I believe you.
Yeah,
That's different.
I can report back.
all right.
thank you.
Anything further? All right, we will reconvene at 6 PM.
My goodness. There she is.
Good evening. We'll call our meeting back to order. We'll open our public hearings. Item number 24, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 24 is a proposed resolution ordinance approving a one-year extension of the Safety Harbor Community Redevelopment Area and Redevelopment Trust Fund. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners, you want to see a presentation? Nope. I have one card, manager of the City of Safety Harbor. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello.
I'll be quick. I was warned to be quick, so get you all out of here. So good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. On behalf of the City of Safety Harbor City Commission, residents, and business owners, I extend a sincere thank you for what is 30 years of a successful partnership in our downtown CRA. It's been a great journey. We are a success story not only in Pinellas County, but in the state of Florida. As a result of our partnership, we've accomplished many redevelopment projects on both public and private property in the downtown CRA. If you've not visited Safety Harbor recently, we encourage you to come down and visit us for a third Friday or stroll along our waterfront park and watch the sunrise. I'd be remiss if I did not thank specifically Mr. Evan Johnson, who has worked with our team in the City of Safety Harbor very closely over the last year plus on this extension request. And I think it goes without saying, but we support the one-year extension request and an eventual 10-year total extension request for our downtown CRA. I'm here if you have any questions, but thank you.
Questions?
Appreciate it. Good seeing you.
Commissioner Flowers.
No questions, just a comment. I love going to Safety Harbor. I'm with an organization. We've had a number of events at the spa down on the far end and just walking along the boulevard, particularly the white linen shop. So I enjoy Safety Harbor. It is a beautiful little jewel within our county. So thank you. It's nice seeing you face to face.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further? Thank you, sir. I have no other cards. Anyone else wishing to testify on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Item 25, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Agenda item number 25 is case number ZON 22-03. This is a request by Matthew and Christine Peters for a zoning change from R4, 1, 2, and 3 family residential to general office regarding approximately .31 acre located at 8226 46th Avenue North in West Lellman. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. Commissioners wish to see a presentation? We have one card from the petitioner. I have no other cards. Anyone else wishing to testify? Mr. Peters, did you want to testify or? Smart man. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Approval. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you.
Item 26.
Agenda item number 26 is case number FLU 22-03. This is a request by Superior Uniform Group Incorporated for a land use change from residential office general and preservation to employment and preservation on approximately 13.1 acres located at 10055 Seminole Boulevard in unincorporated Seminole. This is companion to agenda item number 27. The public hearing was properly advertised. Affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Wish to see a presentation? No. Nope. I have no cards. Is there anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none? All right, thank you, sir. We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 27.
Agenda item number 27 is case number ZON 22-04. This is a request by Superior Uniform Group Incorporated for a zoning change from General Office to Employment 1 and Preservation Conservation on approximately 13.1 acres located at 10055 Seminole Boulevard in unincorporated Seminole. This is companion to the previous item. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. I have no cards. Is anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Approval? Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
You could say that fast.
Yeah,
What's the tripping over here?
nothing.
Passes unanimously.
Could speed it up.
Rattle, yeah.
Item 28.
Agenda item number 28 is case number ZON 22-06. This is a request for a zoning change from residential plan development and preservation conservation to facility-based recreation on approximately 12 acres located on the south side of Duval Park Boulevard, approximately 400 feet east of 44th Way North in Lelman. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. I have no cards. Is there anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner...
Wait,
Hi, Glenn Bailey, zoning manager. This is the first of 2 required public hearings. You just need to take public comment tonight.
Okay.
Because it's over 10 acres, the state law requires 2 public hearings for county-initiated zoning cases.
Thank you very much for catching that
Thank you
for
for
us.
keeping us on track.
We anticipate the second, the actual approval hearing or denial hearing will be on October 25th.
Thank you.
sir.
October 25th.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Questions? I have no cards on this item. We don't need to vote. Don't be coming back. Anything else for the good of the order?
I think Ray Neary will be happy.
Absolutely. We are adjourned.
Wow.